Facebook and everything.
Okay, now we gotta sing to Canaan's land.
Marching to Zion.
There's our airplane, El Al Flight 28 to Tel Aviv. Getting ready to board here. Hey Dave. Hi Steve. Hey. Very weathered stones here in the walls.
God forbid King Herod saw a piece of a rock over here, everything would look really, really fancy. So it's not only plaster, it was probably fresco, which means it was painted. It's a 2,000-year-old fresco.
As you notice, nobody else is coming up there.
I have never been in anything like this built out of all stones. Wow.
Do we ever be up here?
Yeah. Just the full out of it.
You gotta be quiet.
I'll let you look around too.
BE, and it was constructed by him in 12 years, just like they said in the movie. 4,000 people, and the Roman rule of thumb was that there should be a theater seat for each 10 residents of the city. suggesting that Caesarea would have had a population of 40,000 people. It says, as is obvious, except for the first row, most of the seats have been restored, and the current theater is used for concerts and productions throughout the warmer months. The stage is wood, as it would have been in Herod's time, in alternating square and circular niches for decorative statuary. So if you see down there the niches in there, they would have statues in there. And behind the stage was an elaborate backdrop of granite pillars imported from Egypt or Asia Minor, as granite is not indigenous to Israel. And that aided in the sound production. And many of the granite pillars are over there in that little area that we was talking about.
We're going to see the Herodian. He built a lot of things, and the ruins are still here today. And I want to compare that there to the two kingdoms. Herod is remembered for his magnificent buildings. You will see lots of remains of these. He intended to make a statement with his building projects in an effort to demonstrate his power and establish a long-lasting reputation for himself. During Herod's reign, God brought two vastly different kings to earth, Herod and Jesus. During Herod's reign, Herod was a descendant of Esau, and Jesus was a descendant of Jacob. On the lineage, the two kings, two focuses. And I want you to think about which one exhibited true power. Was it King Herod or King Jesus who had the true power? Today's Herod buildings lie in ruins. Sometimes we find pieces of marble washed up here in the shore from his ruins, and we've taken that home already. You're allowed to pick up anything that's small enough to carry. Off the beach, in marble probably from Herod's ruins. Herod made his mark on the world and then was gone. Jesus didn't leave a building as his legacy, yet his death and resurrection have changed the world. It says, as for man, his days are like grass. As a flower of the field, so he flourishes. For the wind passes over it, and it is gone, and its place remembers it no more. But the mercy of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting on those who fear him, and his righteousness to children's children, to such as keep his covenant, and to those who remember his commandments to do them. And just think, we're in God's kingdom, and we will live forever. Herod's kingdom is in ruins. We enjoy seeing them, but what really lasts in life? And our own life, what are we building? What lasts in our life? Are we investing in God's kingdom, or are we investing in worldly aspects?
Ruins of the harbor, Caesarea Maritimes, which is a different place than Caesarea Philippi. This was King Herod's stone water trough.
And his palace was around here.
Care to go for a swim there, Steve? King Herod's palace area. Some columns left there. These people here must have been some of his servants or descendants thereof. Mediterranean Sea, those rollers started off all the way in Italy and are heading east here to Caesarea Maritimes. Dave says this is the Hippodrome.
They had chariot races.
Can you give us a demonstration, like do a lap or two? This entire cliff or bank wall here is all ruins of pottery from the King Herod's pottery dump. They must have had tens of thousands of bowls like this piece. This arena was built about 40 years before Jesus, so he may very well have sat here, walked here, this chariot racing arena.
There's one running over there.
You just have to move fast.
These ruins are only inhabited by lizards anymore. Byzantine era tile floors. Some of the ruins of their buildings.
I don't know, this one is
Mosaic horse here in the inlaid in the stone. Beautiful artwork. This lady had beautiful floor covering in her kitchen. Ruins of the old city as far as you can see.
Another little pool in the middle there.
The moat where the water came down through. Here's the old Roman aqueduct getting water into the city of Caesarea. It was a lot longer than this. This is what's left of the ruins of it. Brought fresh water out of the hills and down to the palace. Some of these touristy people are getting their feet wet in the Mediterranean Sea.
So warm, it feels so good. We're already not swimming.
Here's our trusty chauffeur driving the chariot.
There we come.
Into the Carmelite Hills where they invented caramel pudding. Here's Mount Carmel. Out that way is the Mediterranean Sea. This is the hills where Prophet Elijah ran down. Here's the Jezreel Valley.
Mount Hermon, you can't see it at all. Must be sometime we're going to see it, but we'll be up closer to it.
Very hazy today over the Jezreel Valley. There's an olive orchard on the side of Mount Carmel. Yeah, the olive trees. Dave, do you see a little rain cloud coming?
Size of my hand.
Out towards the Mediterranean. Clouds everywhere today, but it's not going to rain. Unless Elijah's here.
Wait for rain.
How much are the wooden camels?
Camels, this is the more big, it's a 30.
$30? You have a smaller camel?
Small camel is a solid $3 or $4, $8. 4, 3, 8.
Okay, thank you. That prophet looks like he is, I don't know if that's Elijah or not. Doing some hiking on Mount Carmel. It's got some red Bowmansville dirt here. The trail slightly rocky.
Now when we read this, I want each one of you to have one thing that impressed you from this scripture as we're sitting here. Okay? You have it.
1 Kings 8.
I'm getting it. You
Can you read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, 1 Kings 18. After a long time, in the 3rd year, the word of the Lord came to Elijah. Go and present yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain on the land. So Elijah went to present himself to Ahab. Now the famine was severe in Samaria, and Ahab had summoned Obadiah, his palace administrator. Obadiah was a devout believer in the Lord. While Jezebel was killing off the Lord's prophets, Obadiah had taken 100 prophets and hid them in 2 caves, 50 in each, and supplied them with food and water. Ahab had said to Obadiah, "Go through the land to all the springs and valleys. Maybe we can find some grass to keep the horses and mules alive so we will not have to kill any of our animals." So they divided the land that they were to cover, Ahab going in one direction and Obadiah in the other. As Obadiah was walking along, Elijah met him. Obadiah recognized him, bowed to the ground, and said, "Is it really you, my lord Elijah?" "Yes," he replied. "Go tell your master, Elijah is here." What have I done wrong?" asked Obadiah, "that you are handing your servant over to Ahab to be put to death? As surely as the Lord your God lives, there is not a nation or kingdom where my master has not sent someone to look for you. And whenever a nation or kingdom claimed you were not there, he made them swear that they could not find you. But now you tell me to go to my master and say, Elijah is here. I don't know where the Spirit of the Lord may carry you when I leave you. If I go and tell Ahab and he doesn't find you, he will kill me. Yet I, your servant, have worshipped the Lord since my youth. Haven't you heard, my Lord, what I did while Jezebel was killing the prophets of the Lord? I hid 100 of the Lord's prophets in 2 caves, 50 in each, and supplied them with food and water. And now you tell me to go to my master and say, Elijah is here. He will kill me. Elijah said, As the Lord Almighty lives, whom I serve, I will surely present myself to Ahab today. So Obadiah went to meet Ahab and told him, and Ahab went to meet Elijah. And when he saw Elijah, he said to him, Is that you, you troubler of Israel? I have not made trouble for Israel, Elijah replied, but you and your father's family have. You have abandoned the Lord's commands and have followed the Baals. Now summon the people from all over Israel to meet me on Mount Carmel, and bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah, who eat at Jezebel's table. So Ahab sent word out throughout Israel and assembled the prophets on Mount Carmel. Elijah went before the people and said, How long will you waver between 2 opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. But the people said nothing. Then Elijah said to them, I am the only one of the Lord's prophets left, but Baal has 450 prophets. Get 2 bulls for us. Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves, and let them cut it into pieces and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. I will prepare the other bull and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. Then you call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord. The God who answers by fire, he is God. And then all the people said, Whatever you say is good. Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, Choose one of the bulls and prepare it first, since there are so many of you. Call on the name of your God, but do not light the fire. So they took the bull given to them and prepared it. Then they called on the name of Baal from morning until noon. Baal, answer us, they shouted. But there was no response. No one answered. and then they danced around the altar they had made. At noon, Elijah began to taunt them. "Shout louder," he said. "Surely it is a god. He is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or traveling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be wakened." So they shouted louder and slashed themselves with swords and spears, as was their custom, until their blood flowed. Midday passed, and they continued their frantic prophesying until the time for the evening sacrifice. But there was no response, no one answered, no one paid attention. Then Elijah said to all the people, "Come here to me." And they came to him, and he repaired the altar of the Lord, which had been torn down. Elijah took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes descended from Jacob, to whom the word of the Lord had come, saying, "Your name shall be Israel." With the stones he built an altar in the name of the Lord, and he dug a trench around it large enough to hold 2 seahs of seed. He arranged the wood, cut the bull into pieces, and laid it on the wood. Then he said to them, "Fill 4 large jars with water, and pour it on the offering and on the wood." "Do it again," he said, and they did it again. Now this was during a drought, remember?
How many years drought?
Huh?
I
have a note in my Bible. That's it. "Do it a third time," he ordered, and they did it the third time. Water ran down around the altar and even filled the trench. At the time of the sacrifice, the prophet Elijah stepped forward and prayed, "Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and I am your servant, and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again." Then the fire of the Lord fell and burned up the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and the soil, and also licked up the water in the trench. When all the people saw this, they fell prostrate and cried, "The Lord, he is God! The Lord, he is God!" Then Elijah commanded them, "Seize the prophets of Baal. Don't let anyone get away." They seized them, and Elijah had them brought down to the Kishon Valley and slaughtered there. And Elijah said to Ahab, "Go, eat and drink, for there is a sound of a heavy rain." So Ahab went off to eat and drink, but Elijah climbed to the top of Carmel, bent down to the ground, and put his face between his knees. "Go and look toward the sea," he told his servant, and he went up and looked. "There is nothing there," he said. 7 times Elijah said, "Go back." The 7th time the servant reported, "A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea." So Elijah said, "Go and tell Ahab, hitch up your chariot and go down before the rain stops you." Meanwhile the sky grew black with clouds, the wind rose, and heavy rain started falling. And Ahab rode off to Jezreel. The power of the Lord came on Elijah, and tucking his cloak into his belt, he ran ahead of Ahab all the way to Jezreel.
I want to go around and see what affected you.
The faith of Elijah, that when he was doing this, that he never doubted God was going to answer his prayer. You know, when he was there taunting the prophets and the false prophets, and when he was building his firewood and dumping the water on, that took tremendous faith. You know, is God going to hear me, or is God not going to hear me?
The faith as a challenge to each one of us.
And the boldness he had to go face Ahab.
Yeah. The guy wanted to kill him.
Yeah. But I think, well, along with what Alan said, he had a lot of faith, and I think he had boldness.
Yeah.
This time reading or listening to it, I thought about the people's response. At first, they had been that drawn away from God that they didn't even answer Elijah. But thankfully, they did, helping them as far as killing the prophets. Apparently, it did have an impact on them.
And they went down to the brook. Now, there can't be a brook on top of the mountain, so I didn't do research on this, but assuming it's at the bottom of one of these slopes, the Kishon Brook flows, and they took them down there and killed them. But
because Elijah came back up.
Yeah. Liz.
I have something more negative in there that I didn't remember ever, grasping or thinking about, was that they made fun of the first people's altar, that it didn't burn up, and told them to call out to their God more, and what was the other thing, slash their wrists and stuff. I thought, wow, what people do that are in bondage to sin. They don't do anything, just try to prove their point. You don't have to do that, be free.
It's a thought on that. Is that a good way to witness? When we witness to a non-Christian, should we make fun of them?
Yeah. No.
What you're doing is just false. You know, you're this and what you do. It's not a good way to witness, but it brought out God's majesty. Like Janice.
I have a note in my Bible. I use this every time I come. And I have a note here at the top that says, it only takes one person.
Yeah.
Elijah stood alone, basically. One person against all these people.
And there's times we feel all alone and wonder if we are capable of anything. God gives us power.
I had to think about when Ahab accused Elijah of being the one that's troubling them.
Troubler of Israel.
Hey, like, you're the troubler of Israel. He's like, no, you are. I mean, he had to know by all the stuff he was involved in and everything that he was actually the one, but he was falsely accusing Elijah. And Elijah goes right ahead and invites him over anyway.
And back to the
Courage.
boldness.
Exactly.
Are we bold?
That's kind of, yeah.
When someone comes against us against our faith in God, are we bold enough to not fight back, but speak back, speak the truth? We bold enough to speak the truth.
Have that same boldness when there was 400 false prophets gathering all their people and everything. He stood there on his own, I assume, pretty much, and said, "Go ahead and do your thing," and he just hung around and waited.
All day.
All day. All day.
Jerry.
Here's a grasshopper. Anybody want to be John the Baptist and eat a grasshopper? Here's a view out our hotel window looking out over the Sea of Galilee from Tiberias. So when Jesus talks about going across to the other side, those ridges over there, that's where he was going. Very pretty scenery here. Our hotel for the first night. Right on the shores of the Sea of Galilee.
We're here for 2 weeks.
Tomorrow night. Back here tomorrow night. Speaking of regular stuff.
This is a cool place, cobblestone streets.
I mean, don't ask me what kind it was.
You're blessed before you blow. You're blessed. I tell you what's the blessed. Yeah. You say, Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech העולם, אשר קידשנו ומצוותיו וציוונו על תקיעת שופר.
A lot better than me. Thank you.
It shows you the size. It's 1 meter and 10 centimeters. It's original. It's antelope, you see? It's original.
Is it the ibex or not? Ibex?
No, no. Antelope.
From what country?
Here, Israel.
Yeah, look.
It's make it in the Golan Mountains. Make it. One, its name is Kenan. It's a big rabbi. He make this shofar. And all Israel, you go to the holy, you pay too much money. When you go to Jerusalem, because it's holy, King of David, you pay 300, 400.
I know.
You go Nazareth, because Jesus wanted that. It's make the price in the sky. Here, I take $10. I buy 90, sell in 100. Me want $10 in my pocket. And everything is good.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's the Hebrew dance. Tomorrow we're going in that boat.
King David.
King David, he says. He's just heading out with a load. Sun setting over Tiberias. People swimming on the beach here, very well dressed. People swimming in the Sea of Galilee.
כל הבוקר אתם מדברים על עסקת המאה, כאשר ראש הממשלה באופן מתמיד יודעים לחזק את הצבא בישראל, יודעים לחזק את גישור, בואו עזב אותנו עכשיו מישראל, רק ככה משאבים ומחברים אותנו ומאמינים יותר.
Beautiful morning here on the Sea of Galilee, Tiberias, at the edge of the sea. Liz is getting some orange juice, fresh squeezed.
Okay, I guess it's recording. Look what Alan's having for breakfast. 7 o'clock in the morning and he's eating mango ice cream.
No, it's just mango.
Mango. It says mango breakfast. Plus we had some good orange juice. Alan wants to make sure this boat.
Here we go. Sailing out in the Sea of Galilee this morning. Beautiful Wednesday morning. Up there are the hills of Tiberias, or the Galilean hills.
Cántelo en este momento, por favor.
Y retiemble su centro la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiemble su centro la tierra.
De pie que es el himno nacional. A nosotros nos pasa eso, mis hermanos. A veces el Señor ya nos prometió, ya nos dio su palabra y se presentan problemas al interior del hogar, en la salud, se presentan problemas a nivel económico, familiar, social, personal, y nos olvidamos de que Dios se ha levantado en contra de ustedes. Por la bajía, la banda, la batúa, la basanda, la batía, la basaya, la landa, la laya, la laya, la
This is Tiberias.
La maldad que venga. Míralo a la derecha. Pero vas a perder a la derecha y pescarás.
El milagro se viene.
Looks like we're going fishing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. ¡Woo! Agua molida y viento raspado.
Está muy alto.
No lunch.
Elmer Steven Allen or Sailboat.
So here is our group on Wednesday.
September.
Oh, so 9/11. Okay. We're heading back into Tiberias and with Galilee in the background.
No, see. Having a good time.
There is some beautiful flowers on those trees. Lots of very pretty flowers around here. Here's Magdala, where Mary Magdalene's hometown was. Shores of the Sea of Galilee. Some big hills here where David herded his sheep, maybe and maybe not.
These are for honey. Yeah, they all work.
What is this for?
It's a nutcracker.
Oh, oh, you crank it in. Okay, I see.
but if you collect anything, collect that one right there. It's only $100.
$100? Steve, you can afford that.
That's Arbel Cliffs. That's Mount Arbel Cliffs. We're going to hike down the side, come around the bottom, go back up the edge, and it'll be a 2-hour hike.
In 90-degree heat, right, Dave?
Yeah, 95. No, that cave there is really big. It's like 2 caves like this. There's right down there about 20,000.
These mosaics were their flooring in Mary Magdalene's time. I see pictures of boats and people and things in there in the flooring. Here is an early iron smelting pot or brass. Put the handle in that square hole, and over here is the hinge part, and then they heat it up and they can dump it out.
All right, those are chariot wheels. And if we think of the passage in Daniel 7 or Ezekiel 1, there's a chariot of fire. The flames are down below. So the presence of God is depicted by this artist as a chariot of fire. If you read Psalm 68, it talks about God riding in the heavens. And the Galileans, were very imaginative, and they pictured God riding, as it were, in a chariot. So that's to show the presence of God.
Chariots of fire.
Called the entry hall, but it was a room that was used for study. The stone that they found here, the other block-style stone, has 2 indentations on either side. And so if you picture a Torah scroll being unrolled, the spools of the Torah scroll would have rested very nicely in those little slots. The people would have sat, in a circle manner around whoever was teaching from that. Those were either probably lifted up on wooden stands, or there's one depiction where they think that the wooden stand was possibly on top of the stone. But that one, the scroll would have fit so nicely, it probably was up, elevated at a good level. So the benches that are around, we did not find these benches put together like this except for one. So these others we have set in place just so you can kind of see what that would have looked like. A larger room over here would also have been used for study, and that stone is placed exactly where we found the original mantle of stone. So I think it was probably added to the synagogue in about 40, 50 AD. The pattern is called a meander pattern or infinity pattern. And then in the center you see another rosette. So we know that scripture tells us that Jesus went about teaching and preaching in all the synagogues in the Galilee. So again, it's very likely that he was here. Magdala was an important town, and this is a 1st century synagogue. So I like to picture Jesus standing there, reading from the scriptures and teaching the people. Now if you look in the back, there's a fresco on the wall. That's a Pompeian style fresco. The colors would have been brought in. Scoot over now so you can see. Just way back. Okay. The colors probably would have been brought in from somewhere else and were quite expensive. So between the mosaic floor and the frescoes, we know that this was a very wealthy synagogue. Behind the fresco, there's a little square room, and that's probably where they kept the Torah scrolls. Okay, just like they do in current synagogues. Now this synagogue is a little bit different because the first temple, or the Herod's temple, was still standing. So nowadays, Jewish synagogues are built facing Jerusalem, and they're mourning the destruction of the temple. But because the temple was still standing here, we think the entrances were over on that side where they've got it blocked off. And there may have been another entrance that opened onto this market area over here. We have a couple of Jewish ritual washing jars. Those were always made out of stone for purification purposes. Little chambers down here. The fresh fish to sell. And this is a marketplace area.
The marketplace would be
all in here.
All in here. And even in this area over here as well. Yeah.
Over on the other side of the road are the Jewish ritual ritual bath, the mikvot. And if we can get over there, we will. I'm a little leery of some of this construction, so let's see if we can get through. All right, so one of the most significant things about Magdala was that Magdala had and still does have a tremendous source of water. So if you look up at Mount Arbel, everything looks very dry except for one place where you see the trees coming down the slope, and there's an underground spring there. And it would have flowed down into Magdala, and we've excavated the channel, so the water would have come right down here and gone all the way out to the Sea of Galilee. So they had plenty of water for these fresh fish, and also for the Jewish ritual baths, which are on the other side of the road, the mikvaot. You look out to my left, you see an olive tree out there, and that marks where the port was. So the water in the Sea of Galilee would have been all the way up to that olive tree. So I like to picture Jesus and the disciples pulling up in the boat, and Jesus getting out and walking right up this path up to the synagogue. And perhaps his friend Mary Magdalene was there as well. Just a beautiful picture. This is all excavated port area right here. So we know Magdala was a pretty busy place. The chapel that we're getting ready to go inside is called Duc en Altum, and in Latin that means into the deep. And it's named after the story where the disciples fished all night and they caught nothing. And Jesus asked them to go back out and to go out into the deep and to throw their nets out on the other side of the boat. And when they did, they had a miraculous catch. They could hardly even draw into the boat all of the fish that they caught. And the lesson in that for us is not to give up. Don't give up if things are not working out in your life. Listen for the voice of God and persevere, because God has a blessing ahead. So just take that into your heart as the message of Duc en Altum. You're standing in the middle of a Byzantine-style construction. There's 8 pillars all the way around this room, and we've used the colors inside this building that were in the fresco in the city. That was very deliberate because the legionnaires who owned this property really wanted this to be a place where it's a crossroads of Judaism and Christianity. They wanted us to see that connection. So they intentionally built that into this building. Now this particular atrium right here is dedicated to all of the women who followed Jesus. So behind you, you have a pillar for Mary Magdalene. You have pillars for Susanna, Joanna, and some of the other women who followed Christ are named on each one of the different pillars. Now this pillar behind you is addressed to the multitude of women who followed Jesus. We don't know their names, but they're honored there. So the altar in this chapel is based on the boat that was found at Kibbutz Ginosar. Many of you been there yet? Okay, there was a boat that was found on the shores of the Sea of Galilee in a drought year. The water had dropped down so far that it exposed the mud all around the edge of the lake, and they found a first-century boat in that mud. So they went to great lengths to extricate it, and we've used that as the basis of our design. There also is a mosaic on the Franciscan property that's adjacent to us that has a boat motif. So we use both of those things to design our altar. Now the altar is made of a cedar of Lebanon. If you remember, they use cedar of Lebanon in the temple. So again, there's that connection. The icons are of the 12 disciples, and Judas is included in that. He does not have a halo, and he's depicted holding a basket. He was part of the life of Jesus, so he was included. Okay? If you can get in closer, maybe perhaps after they're done, if you have time, when you get down to the base of the altar, there's beautiful green marble from Germany, and it looks like waves and like water. And then the outside of the building, there's actually a pool of water that goes all the way around the building. So they want you to have the feeling of Jesus' boat on the Sea of Galilee. And when the priest is up there preaching, it reminds us of the story where Jesus pushed the boat away from the shore and taught the multitudes from the boat. So that is their idea and what they've conveyed in that chapel. So I'm going to show you one of the mosaics in the Mary Magdalene Chapel, which is the first one off on the left. Alright, so this mosaic is dedicated to Mary Magdalene. The Latin that goes up over the arch says Mary Magdalene, who was delivered from 7 demons. And we don't know a whole lot about Mary Magdalene's association with Magdala. She may have been born here in Magdala, she may have lived here, she may have made her money here off of the fish trade. But we do know a couple of places where she appears in the Bible, and one of them was when Jesus delivered her from the 7 demons. So if you look up at the mosaic, there are 6 little figures depicting demons, and then you see a snake. The snake is to remind us that we all have sinned as well. Now, before Jesus delivered Mary Magdalene, the artist has shown her side of the mosaic as being very bleak. There's a dog over in the corner and he's baring his teeth. The bottom of her clothing looks very ragged, and she was in a very sorry state. When Jesus came along, he brought life. On this side of the mosaic, you see a palm tree, which is a symbol of righteousness, and the beautiful flowers and lilies that just indicate that he is the giver of life. And one of the beautiful things that the artist has done in this particular mosaic is the positioning of Mary Magdalene's hands. And if you look, Jesus is reaching out to touch Mary Magdalene, to deliver her, to give her his life, and she has her hand outstretched. Her other hand is over her heart. Mary is very open to what Jesus wanted to give her. And it's a really awesome reminder to us that Jesus is always wanting to bless us. He has good things for us. And we need to be open. We need to have our hand outstretched and our hearts open to what he wants to do, to receive that. And Mary did that. The top of her clothing shows color coming back into her life. And it's as if Jesus is just infusing that life into her after he delivered her from the demons. So it's really a beautiful picture of her relationship with him. We know that she followed him probably just out of gratitude and honor and supported him from her earnings. So again, she may have made her money in the fish trade. There were 2 other places that Scripture mentions that Mary had an encounter with Jesus. Remember what they were? Yes, Mary was mentioned. She said it was at the foot of the cross. So Mary was willing to go the distance with Jesus and watch him suffer and die. She was one of the few that was at the foot of the cross. And then Mary was the first one that Jesus appeared to on Resurrection Day. And one of the things that tells us is that Jesus entrusted Mary. He entrusted her to go tell the disciples that he was alive. What an honor, what an elevation of her as a woman and of all women. But she used that elevation to the equality of a man as a commission to go out and spread the good news and spread the gospel. So it's a beautiful picture, a beautiful story, and a really beautiful relationship that we can learn from. And I love how Maria Jesus has depicted it here in the mosaic. There are over 160,000 pieces in each one of these mosaics in the chapels. This is outside of what we call our Encounter Chapel. And inside there's a huge mural on the wall, and it shows the story of the woman who touched Jesus' garment. So we know Jesus was on his way to heal the daughter of Jairus. And on his way, a woman who had been ill with an issue of blood for 12 years, spent all her money on the physicians, decided that she was going to go to Jesus for her healing. And she pressed in through the crowd and touched the hem of his garment. Now, when that happened, Jesus felt power or virtue come out of himself. And he turned around to his disciples and he said, "Who touched me?" And I can imagine the disciples looking at Jesus like, "What? Are you kidding? You know, you're in a crowd of people. Why are you even asking that?" And so he explained to them that he felt power go out of him. Well, this woman was brave enough to admit to Jesus and confess to him that it was her. And the way that he addressed her was so beautiful. He said, "Daughter, your faith has healed you." He didn't say lady, woman. He said, "Daughter, your faith has healed you." So it is a beautiful thing to think about her touching Jesus' clothes, his garments. We can't touch Jesus physically, but that same power, that same healing power that came out of Jesus is still available to all of us. And the connector is faith, the same way that her faith healed her. So we know that she was healed from her issue of blood, and Jesus went on to the house of Jairus to heal his daughter, and that's depicted in one of the mosaics upstairs. So I invite you to go in and I'll finish explaining this. Again, it's set up in a synagogue style. You see the 6 pillars, you see the colors from the frescoes, and you see the seating all around. The pavement underneath your feet is actual 1st century pavement from out in the court. And many people that come into this room like to take their shoes off and walk on the pavement, so you're welcome to do that. We have also had people write to us and tell us of many healings that have taken place in this chapel. So it's a really special space just to sit and to spend some time in prayer, meditation, you know, praying for healing that you might need in your life or praying for other people. Some people like to have someone in their group lead a prayer. So you're welcome just to stay here as long as you like and just enjoy the space, enjoy the mural and think about what that represents. And then you can head back upstairs and see the other chapels as well.
Magdala means tower of fish, and there they're putting some fish in a pool, fresh fish to sell. And it's Peter, James, and John. Now John looks like John went to get more fish.
Even the dogs came along and fit in.
It's a date tree.
There you go.
Okay, Dave's going to eat an olive here.
No, I'm not. He's going to take it.
Okay, Steve's going to eat an olive.
Fresh off the tree.
Yes, yep.
Just take half of it.
Just crunch it down. Pretty good stuff, huh?
No, it's not an olive.
You need a glass of milk to go with it?
It needs salt water.
Here, everybody needs to try one.
Well, you should have actually just...
I can't. My hands are full with the video camera. Sorry. I love them, but I just don't have a...
Yeah, they're poisonous till you put them in a bowl.
Are you eating olives?
Yeah.
Oh, how do they taste off the tree? Are they sour?
Try one.
Awful.
No, are they sour?
No, they're beautiful. They're olives.
You like olives, Lois. You ate two for breakfast. How do they taste off the
Like
tree?
green tomato pie.
Well, I want
Like they have to go in a brine dip. They typically
No,
good.
no, there,
Yes,
it'll
they
be good.
do.
I mean,
It's
Yeah, just take a bite. Alan likes to.
Just to get the flavor.
No, you do like tree, they're bitter. But do you, these are dates. Do you like dates?
it's pretty good stuff, right?
I don't depends what your definition of good is. You know what?
A lot of dates there, girls. This is a Jewish grocery store.
I bet this is aloe vera juice. Is this aloe vera stuff? No, this is soap. It's laundry soap.
Yeah, it looks like a big bag of aloe vera. $25.90, and that's in shekels. You multiply that times 3.47, and that gives you.
It's a jar of vegetables.
No, it's pickles. It's like
No,
a.
this is chow chow. Look, it has cauliflower and pickles and carrots in. It's like a chow chow mixture.
Okay. So $25.90 times 3.47 gives you the price in American.
We were going to get a load of.
Dave said, "Where's the warm pita?" And he thought he said warm beer.
Did you get in that room?
There's Mountain Dew is the #2 soda in the world, but there's none in Israel, he told me. I'd like to get ice cream, but I don't know which is the strawberry.
Look at all
Wow.
the different flavors in one container. Look at all the different flavors in one container.
This is the Yigal Allen Center. They named it after me. And this is the place where they found the boat that supposedly Jesus may have potentially fished out of. Wait, Jesus was a carpenter, wasn't he? Why do we have a fishing boat named after Jesus here? It's all the different kinds of wood in this boat.
Saying a lie.
Okay, Dave, are you going to get into the boat?
I'm going to get in the boat so you can videotape me as I'm rowing across the Sea of Galilee. So
It actually doesn't say you can't cross it.
This boat looks like it would have had a hold because it has some depth to the back there. That would have been where Jesus was sleeping down in the hold. And it appears like somebody took the deck and used it for firewood.
the main thing is cedar and oak. The cross piece, the yellow ones are oak, and the long ones are cedar.
Yeah, and there's one pink.
So
it was so tight.
it was a poor man's boat, and a lot of it had a lot of repairs in it. It may have been a rich man's boat when they. It may have been a rich man's boat in its day, and it got handed down till it was repaired and finally abandoned.
That's the way I buy my Lamborghinis.
This is supposedly what the boat looked like when it was new. There's bananas here as far as the eye can see.
There's a lot of millstones that are black. The black stone is basalt. It's a volcanic stone. This area was known for making basalt stuff, and the millstone is only from this. The basalt is only from this area, and they find this the whole way down to Masada, which is at the Dead Sea, down through. They are using these millstones from this area, so they're carving them up here and sending them down. We're gonna go up around here. That white building there is the synagogue. The bottom stones are basalt, and then they use white limestone above that. The basalt is 1st century, the white limestone is 4th century AD. So we're going to get through there.
This cathedral is built right over Peter's house. Peter's house is down where the people are standing. You want to get down there and see that. There's reading there about it and stuff and what we read about it. But when we get all through this, we're going to go down there to the sea. There's rocks to sit on. I want to talk down there more.
The correct pronunciation is Capernaum. And here is ancient ruins, all stone carvings from Capernaum, as far as you can see in all directions. A lot of manpower, hours went into carving these stones that made up their ancient buildings. A lot of intricate stonework here, all hand carved, ancient buildings, inscriptions on the old pillars here. In Capernaum, or Capernaum. Jesus was a carpenter, so here is an old doorway. So in the top upper corner, there's a round hole where the hinge pin went in, and always in the bottom corner there's a square hole into the marble where the bottom hinge pin went in, and in the center there's a square hole where the center pin went in. So it is very possible that Jesus could have chiseled some of these holes when he was a carpenter. This was the Apostle Peter's house. Supposedly they have actual proof of that. So that was his front doorway when he was a fisherman at Capernaum, Sea of Galilee right out the backside there.
Matthew 4:12-16, that's Steve. Matthew 6:26-30 will be Elmer. And we won't read Matthew 6-8. No, that's,
where you at? Luke 7, Matthew.
Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. Elmer, cancel out that. I got on the wrong line. Well, just take your shoes
How's
off.
it going, Alan?
I will soon be inside, but I'm walking on the water.
Yeah, I see you.
Where's your faith? Come on.
Go on out.
Like an aloe vera plant. There's a lot of beautiful plants around here. A lot of greenery. If there's moisture, a lot of things grow here. I'm looking for statues not made with human hands.
What kind of tree?
Trusty van with our trusty driver, Dave.
Ready, come.
I think there's a curve up ahead. St. Peter's Church, where St. Peter originally would have worshipped, but not in this building. That's the rock. Upon this rock I shall build my church.
That was it, and you got in this cave with Vic.
You have to ask me for the pictures.
They're finding my what?
Liz, they didn't get him
What
in.
was
I
the
think a
ultimate
picture.
purpose?
It was actually nibble all over.
It's running.
Is it running?
I do it in my don't care he does it today. It's so hot, I don't care if it gets splashed.
You're lucky you're standing beside the camera. You're safe there.
Here we are.
And here's Moses.
Behind the water.
So where are you from?
I'm from Côte d'Ivoire.
Okay.
It's located at the West Africa. We just share borders with Ghana.
Yes.
We speak French.
Yeah.
And our president is Mr. President Alassane Ouattara.
And your name is?
My name is Peter Samuel.
So I met Peter here on the shores of Galilee.
Yeah, exactly.
How cool is that?
Yeah, very, very cool. And
But you're not a fisherman.
yeah, I'm a fisherman.
You're a fisherman by trade?
No, just for fun.
Okay, yes.
Just for fun. I used to fish in my country.
And you're a Christian, so you're a fisher of men, just like Peter.
Yeah, yeah. I'm also a fisher of men and fisher. But I can show you some of my picture. Je peux avoir mon appareil.
Yeah.
Show you some. Il est en train de me filmer. I can show you. Have you ever been in Africa?
No, never been, but
No?
some of my friends have.
Okay, but you have to come.
Hey guys, come over here once.
See?
Yeah.
With Ghana. And here is... here we go. Okay. See here? Oh, hello. We speak French.
And English. Pretty good. Your
No,
English is very good.
Thank you. I used to live in England for my study there. I studied for 5 years and my...
What were you studying for?
Finance.
Finance?
Yeah.
You work in
finance.
banking?
No, I'm working in the Ministry of Finance of my country.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like this one down here has a place for the flange.
This is a water pipe stone. They put about 200 of those together with a little bit of tar or something, and they can pipe water wherever they're going. But Peter was a fisherman, not a worker of stone. So I don't think Peter made that one. Janice, explain to us what we're eating
What
here.
you're having is fresh pita, right here. Fresh pita, you can break it in half if you don't want a whole one. We have hummus. This is baba ganoush, which is eggplant. And this is a tomato sauce, and that's a pepper sauce. And then we have 2 kinds of olives, cheese, fresh vegetables, and you can dip the fresh vegetables into any of these things. Or you can eat that, or make a sandwich, whatever you like. Then, for dessert, we have apples, and then I have date paste, which is like pureed cooked dates. Really good on apples. Or Nutella, which is a staple here. And these are just desserts. They're kind of like a wafer with Nutella inside. These are really good. They're very light. And personally, I need to take at least 3 of these boxes home for my sons because that is the standard return gift for all the things that they do while we're home, while we're not home. And these are dates, so you can just help yourself to anything. Eat up.
The gates to any city are very important, and these are very well displayed. What you want to do is read this so I don't get anything wrong. But you will see 6 chambers in here. The people, the elders of the city, the leaders of the city would sit in here. They would collect taxes. They would collect people coming and going. And so just read this and observe this. And you might want to videotape this because this has the information. The Golan Heights behind us, and that used to be Syria. During the war, Israel took it. They offered to give it back if Syria would come with peace with them. And Syria said no, so they kept the Golan Heights. The Canaanites had a temple down here. This was the palace of the kings of the Canaanites during when Joshua came in. It was destroyed by fire, and King Solomon rebuilt on top of this, and King Ahab controlled this also.
And these were clay bricks. That's why they have the roof here, so that the rain doesn't wash their clay away over time.
Okay, we're just going to go right through, and that's where their palace was. King Ahab controlled this city, but he wasn't like his main living place.
A lot of stones uncovered here with inscriptions.
Too little to fight.
He is running for his life. Baby.
Here is the water source for the city of Hazor. King Ahab's time. It was built on top of a mountain, top of a pretty big hill here. And of course, we were wondering where they get water, so we're going to go see.
The ladies were just as tough as the men.
There's the original stuff.
Are they counting to see how many people come, do you think? Oh no, look at that wall there.
Up there's the lookout we were just at.
Oh, you can actually go the whole way down.
Nobody gets dizzy.
How many times?
We're soon down. We can do that. We can do that.
What, like stuff out there or what?
They must be. Here, this is really cool.
Oh,
Don't forget to
yeah.
put sunglasses on so you can see it. But look here, look at the
Guy looks like a terrorist in that hat.
So we're standing at the bottom of Hazor's water system at a depth of 46 meters. The water system was built at the time of King Ahab in the 9th century BCE. Its aim was to provide water during siege, when the citizens could not reach the springs outside the city walls. Similar water systems have been discovered in Giza, Megiddo, and other places. And you'll walk through Megiddo's.
Megiddo's we'll get through also.
They also said different water. Some places like this, they would have channels through the town
Yeah, if you have a rainy season, like in the spring, and you have a big hole and you cistern that in there, that can last through months.
So this way, put the hole up in there. Beginning of this round, start up there, just keep getting lower and lower.
How many feet deep? We were down there, now we're puffing. The backside of the city of Hazor, looking west.
First of all, you crush the olives, which there isn't something here that they use. They crush the olives with a mill, a rolling mill, put the crushed stuff all in these baskets, and they just put the weight on. And that's the first pressing. The first pressing was the pure stuff. They use it for the temple. They use it for ceremonial, for anointing. That was the first pressing. The second pressing was they put weight on. They put a rope through here and hang out on here and pull that down. That was the second pressing. That was they used for cooking and food. Then they would put more ropes on and had the third press, and that was really dirty. That was from the last of it, and that was what they used for lights in their houses. But as 3 presses, and Jesus Christ was pressed 3 times. And the relation there will be explained more at Nazareth. They have a really good. This tree is a carob tree, carob bean, C-A-R-O-B, used for different things. Did you hear that? Carob bean.
Somewhere, I think, yeah.
Cut tongue and groove piping stones. In the Holy Lands, there's so many cut stones of every type and shape.
Various other crafts. Ne'er-do-well crafts lived in the courtyard were conducted on the ground floor, while living quarters were located in the upper story.
And
So
that
that would
tells
be
you
right
what
there.
that room was, the last sentence.
Yeah. By a ladder.
Oh yeah, because that one doesn't have a door.
Several watchmen could defend this place very well. The city of Hazor is on the top of a mountain with bluffs all the way around. This city was all about defending.
Brought in by the ox cart across the mountains, across Mount Hermon.
And Jerry.
Actually, Dave, I hate to pop your bubble, but this stuff is all southern yellow pine out of Mississippi, USA.
It's been burnt, yeah.
Yeah, and the Bible said that the Joshua burned Hazor, and when they dig over there, they actually smell and they find wood. Yeah, absolutely, and big jars with burn weed.
Grains, yeah.
Grains, yeah.
Yeah.
And oil also, so it's when they
City of Hazor at the front gate, top of the hill, looking east towards the Golan Heights. North towards Mount Hermon, which is always snow-covered year-round. We'll go there later. Cows on the hillsides. Looks like I'm walking back. Oh, he's waiting.
This is nice in here. Is this where we're stopping?
Yes, we are stopping here.
For a while.
We're going to do a talk here. I want you to get this video set up right for the cave we're in. Folklore has it that Jesus came here to get away. Capernaum's right down here. For by himself, he came here. I think that's really folklore. Because 2,000 years a cave like this staying out long is pretty hard. But just had to say that. We're going up the Mount of Beatitudes, which is traditionally what they call the Mount of Beatitudes. And there's a spot up here I will stop and I will read the Sermon on the Mount, and you guys will go up from me, spread out. I mean, you're going up like 5,000 to 15,000 people would have sat, and you listen to my voice as you go up there. It's kind of like an amphitheater where it just travels up through. You often wonder how he spoke to that many people, and it's just a little thing, that exercise we do as I read, that you will hear me and you'll say, wow, I can't believe I can hear that there. So I never experienced it because I was always the one reading, but enjoy. I have a talk for Tabga, which we are not going to, but the life application lesson I'd like to share with you, to take with you. So that would have happened down here right beside the Sea of Galilee, and I'll just go through that there. Scripture today talks about Jesus calling his Talmud, which is Hebrew for disciple. The Galilee area was a rural and agriculture area, was deeply religious. They knew the scriptures well. Significant portions were memorized. When they were, from little growing up, from 4-year-olds on, they would memorize the whole Torah, which is the first 5 books of the Bible, not Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. They memorized all that, plus other portions of the Bible. Each Sabbath, a member of the synagogue would read scripture out loud and speak about the passage. A Jewish historian, Samuel Safre, quotes, "The Torah was studied at all possible times, even if only a little at a time." And that challenged me. Am I studying the Bible at all times, just a little at a time, or do I feel I need at least a half hour to have a good devotion, or can I just read a little bit and let that sink in? Knowing and obeying the scripture was as important as food and water. You needed to know the text to obey God. They did not know the Bible, but they wanted to know it and obey it. That's Shema, which we talked about before.
Antes dos te omnisi, 1698, Mount of Beatitudes, overlooking the Sea of Galilee.
Heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you when they revile and persecute you and say all kinds of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so they persecuted the prophets who were before you. You are salt of the earth, but if the salt loses its flavor, how shall it be seasoned? It is then good for nothing but to be thrown out and trampled underfoot by men. You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Nor do they light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a lampstand. It gives light to all who are in the house. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. Do not think that I come to destroy the law or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For assuredly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot or one tittle will by no means pass from the law till all is fulfilled. Whoever therefore breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches men so shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does and teaches them, he shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say to you that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. You have heard that it was said of those of old, you shall not murder, and whoever murders will be in danger of judgment. But I say to you that whoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of judgment. And whoever says to his brother, Raca, shall be in danger of the council. And whoever says, you fool, shall be in danger of hellfire. Therefore, if you bring your gift to the altar, and there remember that your brother has something against you, leave your gift there before the altar and go your way. First be reconciled to your brother, and then come and offer your gift. We're about to say. All right. Okay, wheat and tares. Jesus talked about the wheat and tares. These are tares. They look almost like wheat when they're growing. When they're growing, you can't tell the difference, and you cannot divide them out. At harvest time, the wheat has grain in. The tares are always empty. They are unfruitful. They are, and you can't divide them until it's harvest. And so they grow together until it's harvest time. Looking at the wheat and tares is what we're doing here. Growing, they look the same, and you cannot separate them out. But when it comes to harvest, the tares are fruitless. They have no kernels and wheat has grain in. And so that's the time you tear them out. You burn the tares and you harvest your wheat and you get a crop.
This is the Arbel Cliffs. A lot of caves up there. We are going hiking up there tomorrow morning. Don't know if we're going to scale the rock wall. Hi. How are you doing? Very nice horse. I grew up with horses.
Yeah? Where are you from?
Pennsylvania, USA.
From Florida.
Okay. Wow. fellow American.
Yes. You guys are traveling?
Yes, we are.
True?
Yep.
Where have you visited today?
We were at Capernaum and Mount of Beatitudes.
Tabga as well?
We missed that one.
We're not going there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
It's right along. A lot of people stop and hit all the sites.
Yep.
Today.
So where'd you get the horse?
He is Israeli.
Okay, I thought maybe you brought him from Florida.
No. I finished with horses about 6 years before I moved here.
Okay.
And didn't think I'd have the opportunity to have a horse again.
So you live here?
Yes. My family and I made that leap.
Hmm.
Now we started new life in the Middle East. It's a strange thing.
Yeah.
Very strange, very different.
I like it here. It's nice here.
It's good, but
It's
difficult.
much different than I expected, you know. You read in the paper about all the conflicts and it seems like a very peaceful place here.
It is. Yeah, it's very different than what you see on the news.
What did he say this was?
Mango.
Mango.
I think you're supposed to
Isn't
eat
that
it.
mango like a fruit?
Yeah. You're supposed to eat it instead of ketchup.
Hermon Mountain is right there. I mean, if you think of that big mountain and it spreads out, so all these countries have part of Mount Hermon. It's like big, and that's Mount Hermon right there. Mount Bentel is up in here.
No.
This is our little balcony in our hotel room in Tiberias. It's a beautiful, peaceful morning. Sun coming up over the Golan Heights. The hillsides are just full of caves everywhere in Israel. The Galilean hills. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, super good.
Okay.
Batteries are short supply. They'll be done by noon.
I got my spare along today.
Oh, good. I hate to go halfway through the day and have no more battery, no more video.
Breakfast at the hotel. This machine here is pretty cool. It's a cappuccino machine. Home fries. Not sure what the names are for all of these things. Cheese is very good. There's some little deer running. Four of them. Hiking into Gamla. Hear a lot of honeybees here in the yellow flowered kind of brush around here. Genuine Roman catapult with a few additions there. A little bit of modernization.
The cable clamps are not original. Dispersed.
Was it their well or what?
It's like water, rainwater. So they probably had a little channel off the side here and they drained it into there. Then they had water they could easily carry to the village.
Tell me this again.
So as they discovered where the foundations were, they built it up a little more so we could visualize it. If you look at the rest of this hillside, this is what the hillside looked like until you clean it off and remove what has crumbled and find out what has been laid and see the foundation of houses and purify himself, come back out and go to the service. Mikvah. Mikvah. At the Temple Mount, there's over 100 mikvahs like this before the temple. Thousands would come to Jerusalem for Passover. They'd all go into the water and then go to the temple. Where were you guys when I taught them this night? I'm sure I talked about mikvahs. There's purpose to it. They did all these rituals, but they had purpose. Very unique. I mean, they're pretty intact.
Trail through the wilderness in the Golan. Just a vast, empty area. This is the grand staircase that led to the shops where they sold the olive oil. There's the olive press. One of the most complete olive oil presses found in Israel. Had a double press here, which meant that the hillsides all around here must have been covered with olive trees to make the olive oil to keep a double press busy, which made the city probably a very wealthy city.
The baskets set here, the log out here, the weight, and out here as they tie these weights. See how big them weights are? They would tie them all and make it heavier and heavier. We had the first press, the second press, and the third press. They would tie them on and then press down, shorten them ropes, twist, put a rope through there and put it like a branch through and twist and lift that off the ground so the weight was on. But they could do two at a time. You have another hole here for an olive press. They would have more weight, but just
I don't know if they did that or if they removed it and scooped it out with a pot or something.
There's the Sea of Galilee from the point on Gamla.
Yes.
This is where the battle with the Romans ended.
I just can't imagine throwing my children down there and throwing my wife down there.
Well, Jerry and I were just talking. Do you think they're really serious with their own children, or do you think they got other people who are there and they threw others? It would be easier to say something else. I guess.
Yeah. From November through April, this will be just green, lush green. It's just it's beautiful. It's beautiful now in a different way.
Yeah, do they like cattle?
Yeah. We see a lot of times cattle coming off the top. Don't see many down here. But, this whole Golden Heights is huge. There's a lot of cattle getting fattened up there.
Now we hike back up to the top.
We're not far from the top. We're only down 100 feet.
Up there is a waterfall that we are not going to hike into. We are about worn out from hiking into Gamla. This is from Gamla looking northeast up towards the road up top where we drove in. 95 degrees, no shade. Our van is parked up there.
Pipe down to his well, and I'm pumping the top with my hand pump and he can get water out of his well. Always build on a firm foundation, solid foundation. Make a nice top.
I'm reminded without making a noise. The Gamalians that built this? The Gamalians built this?
Well, some of this, I read back there, some of this was built 3,000 years before Christ. 3,000 years before the who built this?
Oh, that's actually weird.
But somebody was smart in that Roman army until they didn't have
Well, that was a sanctuary. There was a guy running there.
My goodness, 500 just
And
turned
he was
into
on the
1,000.
third. He was on the third trip already. Like the third. He had done it once. Second, he was on.
Died by eating around it. If you read and they're really good. I'll show you which one. I've had them a couple times.
Are they good?
You know what's in here?
Are they open? Are you
It's pineapple and pomegranate. Oh, so awesome.
Does anybody want any of these?
They're really good.
We're eating lunch here at this Schnitzel Shawarma hamburger shop. Police cars here always have their lights on. Soldiers here always have their AR-15s.
And could I have a little bit of lettuce? Thank you.
Is that on?
Yes. Does it get chicken then, or what?
Yes, chicken.
Yes.
And for you, same thing.
How much spicy?
What is that?
You asked me, I'm like, I don't want really spicy.
You'll do spicy today.
On top of Mount Bentel, looking into Syria to the east. If the land is green and fertile, it is part of Israel, and if it's brown and desert, it would be Syria. The dividing line is a highway over there. They made this dragon out of bombed out military equipment. North end of Mount Bentel looking west.
So what is
and north towards Lebanon. And east.
So the border, here's the border door. It says thank you.
Just amazing how fertile the Israeli side of the border is and how barren the Syrian side of the border is. Good morning, afternoon.
Morning, how are you today? Come on, honey.
You have honey?
Bee honey, honey and pistachio and nuts and olive oil, cherry jam, fig jam, strawberry jam, apple jam and apricot. Homemade. I am 31 years mathematics teacher.
These are original stones and foundations that King Herod walked on.
Yeah.
Unless you like it.
Like this, Alan? Yours doesn't overlap. No, it's over it. Hide it. Why? Well, I have it on there. Look at that. He's videotaping. Woohoo!
I am wet already.
Hang on, I need a shot of this. This is going to be good.
Here we go! Yay!
Here we go, down the Jordan River. I think we're having a little bit of problems.
Water raft in the Jordan River.
Do we can
Now, this is that sign says waterfalls ahead.
No, it says we are so toast. We are toast. Which way do I want to be in the boat or to go down over the side?
I don't know, but we're going. We ain't got no choices anymore.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Yeah, here you come.
Oh, I forgot about holding our oars up like that. Oh, yeah, we forgot. Totally forgot.
For what?
Yes, one fish.
One fish?
Oh, now I can touch the bottom. Look. 1 foot deep.
Yeah, I can see the bottom here.
All right, this is the Jordan River, and here comes the Euphrates into the Jordan on the left.
You're going to show us the fish.
Whoa!
Where is it? Did he actually have one?
Big old catfish. Right?
Steve would know.
This is really pretty good.
It is right here. Yeah, Moses.
There's the Judean hills above the Jordan River.
Do that.
Yeah, I know.
They were not close when we got
I didn't think we would be. We had the feeling that it's not going to think it's swimming water. So I took a video of
The water
everybody.
in the Jordan is beautiful. Just as wet as the waters of Pennsylvania.
Sure enough.
What was left of it.
What happens when you get baptized? Like that?
I push in and I let go. Alan and Liz canoeing or rafting down the Jordan River on the north side of the Sea of Galilee.
I was talking to the guy about the fish, and I reached down here and I feel something sharp, and here is a huge fishing lure on my shirt. I'm serious. I pulled it off. I said, "Can you use this?" He goes, "Yeah, my friend will." So he took it.
Oh my word.
Then we did look at the brand new one. I couldn't believe it. I said,
Well, you can be lucky you didn't want it. And we don't really know what we want, except this is one of the things that
They just didn't do it.
This is Bethsaida. Jesus condemned the city, and there's nothing here but rubble. There was the kind of main street, all these doors, little shops here. Just a lot of rubble. Nothing lives here but coonies. A lot of coonies live here. Main Street hippos, all square rocks.
Great pressing floors, and they drained into these two vats. And you would go down and you would dip it out into crocks or bottles or whatever. 10 people, you could do that dance you did on the boat, and they probably have the magicians around here playing for you. Musicians. And you get a little channel beside Jerry, goes down, runs through here, runs down in.
Israel is full of a lot of rocks and a lot of cut stones and a lot of ruins of stone cities with beautiful pillars, all kinds of cut stones, just go on and on. Just all these. Here is their furniture, a pretty hefty chair. How would you like to move that thing? According to my calculations, it should not be dry here. Prevailing west wind coming in off the Mediterranean should bring water, should bring a lot of moisture in. And the lake here should give off tremendous moisture.
Yeah. But I think it's just like
I can imagine the moon, full moon coming up over the Roman road here 2,000 years ago. There's a lot of beehives in Israel. These are just little ones. Don't have a lot of supers on. Here is the road going into Arbel Cliffs. Very barren land. Beautiful morning.
coming up Arbel Cliffs here. You can see the beautiful scenery. Lovely. In this area, they grew a lot of flax. Flax for the fiber for clothing. And we're going to see rocks that are hewn out. It's like a long trough, like a cattle water trough. And they would harvest the flax, put it in there, put water in, and soak it till it's flexible. And then they would beat it and stuff and get it to where they could work it and take it. But they wouldn't take it all down close to the water. They would soak it up here. But as we're going up through, if you see a rock that's cut out, that's where they did their flax.
There is a boat out on the Sea of Galilee this morning, up on Arbel Cliffs. Here you can see a picture of how fertile Israel is. Beautiful vineyards.
Cronies are with me. Still this group of hanging out.
See the scraggly bush there? Right below there on the rock is one.
Okay, so we have. Oh, but so far we haven't found all the sheep and Jesus often talked about sheep.
Oh,
I see a marker right in front of you.
There's a marker down there.
We're going to gain those cliffs with a lot of sweat.
Oh, whatever, Geico or I see people up there at that fence.
And you get to the end, you only have 95, you still have to go back and count them again because you want to count to 100.
100 caves somewhere along here.
The other side has caves too. You see all them over there.
Yeah.
You can go inside this one.
The cliff dwellings.
Might be a cow in there.
Smells like cow.
That's a cow stable.
Cow stable.
Way up there. Oh man. Well.
Shoo! Huh. Here's the fortress.
There you are. So they came down here and
this was the last stand of the Jews in this area. I can't go anymore. Somebody bring water down here. Ha! I'm scared.
Hey, you ought to get a hat that you can mount that on, like a GoPro, then you'd be better.
It would give me an extra hand.
Where are we going? Over this way?
Go, Elmer, you can do it.
One of these things gives way.
Hey, don't worry about that. We're changing this to the top first song.
You will be on Facebook shortly.
That's where we came from. Doing some rock climbing here. It's got to be the biggest tree I've seen in Israel so far. It's a sycamore tree.
Friend or foe, who do you go?
That looks like the
Here's looking north from the city of Dan into Syria to the east,
That's how you know the story.
and Lebanon to the north. Here is the United Nations neutral zone in front of us. And there is some Lebanese cities there in the background. And this is looking off to the west into Lebanon and into the neutral zone. There is the Israeli flag and the park flag. And here is some fortifications from the foxholes and trenches from the fighting.
And we can go there today and explore a little. Looks like we're getting around. Yep.
Yeah, you mean right that one straight over there with the
highest
stuff
one
on
we
the top.
see, the highest one we see out there is Nimrod's Castle. But it would be a time of when Abraham came into the land of Canaan. If he's coming from Ur, which is the north of here, he probably came in through here and met the people.
And when he was chasing after Lot.
When he came back for Lot, he would have came into this city. They have owls up there to keep the birds off.
I was going to say, what is that?
That one got decapitated.
I almost thought it's a puffin.
This would be the city gate to the city of Dan. And talk about sitting in the gate. This has a big area where the elders would sit in. We can go in there a little bit. We'll go around. We'll see side storage areas and then houses there. Then we'll come back out and leave. But I won't be talking in there. The groups get.
Walking into the city gate of Dan.
King and Queen of Dan. Right there.
I'll get you this way too.
Okay, thank you.
Just because the picture doesn't have the smell too.
Gets down, David, that first.
2,245 gallons a second. One of the main sources of water in the Jordan River and the Sea of Galilee. This land is very fruitful. Some type of oranges on these trees, orchards as far as you can see. Yo, Dave! Wave! Over there's our trusty van and our trusty van driver. Banias Falls down in the ravine. Some of these trails that we walk are as ancient as the early Canaanites. Old stone walls along the edge, and just a lot of history here to be told if these rocks could speak. Supposedly Jesus would have traveled this way to go to Caesarea Philippi from Galilee on this ancient road. Some man-made pools here were used to raise fish. The Crusaders built this in around 1000 AD, Nimrod's castle. Here is our lodging at the Vittridge Guest House in Nazareth, Israel. This is the entrance to our guest house in Nazareth. This is the view off of the balcony at our guest house in Nazareth. Some of this is hundreds and thousands of years old, and some of it is new construction. The steps in the street have a slot or a ramp alongside for motorcycles and bicycles and people pulling a little cart or something.
Good ice cream.
Strawberry. This is Mary's well, where Mary would have got her water here in the city of Nazareth.
Discount.
والله إنه إنجليزياتك بجد زيك باي.
Bye bye. This minibus big, this.
Yes, the white one.
Anybody wants to pray, you can start putting it in.
I got it.
Oh, I'm not so confident today. Should we cut the building out a little?
It's long, dug into the rock by 6 vertical shafts.
There's storage area.
We can do this at all.
Here's standing at Zipporah, looking over towards Nazareth. A lot of sunshine, hot Saturday noon. Water was very important and still is important here. See a lot of dry places. So the water came from the spring, flowed down here, and continued into the big cave behind my back. This is one of the ancients they cut in the tunnel.
We had great water supply.
The reservoir reveals two periods of construction. The first is from the 2nd century CE and the second from the 4th century CE. The reservoir continued in use until the 7th century. Numerous systems were discovered in the dwellings in the higher part of the city, in which residents who did not receive the water supply from the reservoirs.
Came down these ancient set of steps to the pool. Ho, fellow pilgrims!
Got it covered!
Here is some pomegranates growing. Sepphoris, the jewel of Galilee, a city about 3 miles from Nazareth, that Jesus and his father probably worked. Very wealthy city that did not fight the Romans but just integrated with them when the Romans conquered the Jews. Here are games etched into the stone. Similar games were found etched into rocks in Jerusalem, probably by Roman soldiers looking to amuse themselves. Here you can see the grooves in the rock from the Amish horse and buggies, I mean the chariots. This is the Roman road to salvation. An old Roman road with grooves for where the chariot wheels rolled, just like the grooves in 340 where the Amish buggies go. Very wealthy town, Sepphoris. Wealthy people lived here, judging by the size of the room and the mosaics on the floor.
I always wanted to walk on 5,000.
The designer of the year came out with this one.
She's in an air conditioner.
Like here, they even put the strings on the top of his boots, socks, whatever. Both sides.
Read that.
Does it taste like persimmon?
No, it's not like a persimmon. Tastes like a
Tastes just like porcupine.
Tastes like chicken.
Oh, sure.
Next time we come up, we're going to have birds around the cactus.
He's probably on surveillance.
I don't know if it's poisonous or not.
That's what I was thinking. In about 3 minutes, Dave's going to
In a field of cactus.
This is the Crusader Castle, built on the site of Sepphoris. The little gun ports, places where they shot their arrows out. Here's looking at Nazareth and Nazareth Lit, where the Jewish contingent lived. Just looking off to the east and north and west off of the roof of this Crusader castle. Asman Mountain in the distance. Over there to the northwest is the Eshkol Reservoir. Way off in the distance is Haifa. And several kibbutzes a little bit closer.
Beauty is on the skin deep.
Yeah. Here go the Crusaders heading out to battle.
Here we are.
We're going to the next video. We can wait 5 minutes.
150 pounds of steel armor on your back, weighing you down. You go down the steps. This is the flooring in the bottom of the Crusader castle. They built it upon the ruins of Sepphoris. Some pomegranates here. That one looks like it was overripe.
Yeah, I'll take a little slice.
Okay.
I'd like to try it.
With my Leatherman? Okay, thank you.
Wow.
You wiped it off how many times already? Though?
Yeah. That is really good.
You want to try one?
You can just pick the what do they call those?
Pomegranate.
The
You have a better way of doing it?
Use your own.
I saw his earlier, and I was not taking chances.
You didn't take very thick. You gave her the dirty one that I could.
So the ones that
No,
they
I
were.
never thought of that though. Seriously, I did not.
Yeah, the deep red ones are probably a little sweeter. The purple ones or whatever.
what do they call these? I forget.
Pomegranates.
Yeah, I know pomegranates, but the
He's
inside.
videotaping this to see if he's got to go into convulsions.
This was the floor of the synagogue. Have a zodiac there in the middle, and the showbread and the different things about their sacrifices.
Here it comes. Yeah.
You can come with us if you want. Seats for now on the other one. I think they were. Do you want to come with us? Oh.
Floor, yeah, grocery store. First floor grocery store.
Oh no!
Israel has every soda you can imagine. This is in the attic of the grocery store.
Wouldn't
It probably would be.
Just in case.
Yeah, hopefully.
We're not gonna make it
hopefully.
home.
Well, like
We're gonna throw off about half of our luggage here. Last motel's gonna donate.
This is the Christian school with the church.
يقول الرسول بولس القساوة جزئية مش وقتية. في فرق كبير. القساوة ليست القساوة وقتية حيث يتوقف خلاص اليهود بزمن محدد، بل جزئية لتتميم مقاصد الله المتعلقة بالمسيح. القساوة الجزئية
Can go under shade of that pit. That's an epic band, it's in a tree hollow, so it's all in
Lois.
What?
So, should we serve coffee and donuts in our church?
Yes, we should.
This is Megiddo, the gates to the city. Ready for Armageddon.
Israelite gate. Now this is another gate. That gate down there was the Egyptian gate. Now we're at the Israelite gate. The Egyptian gate we came in. This is the Israelite gate. And I'm a little slow.
This was the grain storage silo. Circular staircase going down.
Yeah, Joseph built this for 7 years of abundance.
This guy here is filling up his tank for Armageddon.
It's a camel at a well. I'm like a camel at a well, just sucking up the water. You know why? Because there's electric here, and I think this is cold water. It's the first cold water I found since I got over here. Not ice, but it's cold water.
Now we go down to where?
The reservoir.
Was that spring? Yes. This is amazing.
That meant we're going down.
Down in the mountains.
We were probably at this all day.
Do I need to go?
Have our little candles to be authentic.
Okay, there. Well, there is an ounce there.
Is there any more to go? Oh, there's one. Look at that.
Take some pennies.
Yeah, order of
Money down there.
There's water in here.
These steps are probably 2,000 years old.
Without a doubt, I was born in the right time era. I don't like going that far for a drink.
It's nice and cool down there. Warm up here.
More steps.
Yes.
Here comes the straggler.
Ah, made it. Wish I would have done my steps like I told my people to do.
This is Megiddo from the west. Just waiting on Armageddon. A little bit of a cactus growing here. Yeah, it's only about 16 feet tall. Can't figure out why it doesn't just fall over. Nothing to hold it up.
I like this. This feels pretty good. Should have filled my plate and sat out here in the middle of the water to eat it. Did you get a picture of me?
This tree is an armored tree. This is the spring of Harod, where Gideon took his men to drink. Gideon's men were encamped by the springs of Harod, and Midian's men were encamped out on the plains towards Jezreel. Here we can get a good visual of that. Here's the plains out towards Jezreel. The Jezreel Valley from the Harod Spring.
Well, where are we staying?
Can you pick out that little guest house?
South side of Nazareth. That is Mary's house in Nazareth.
They're worth every dollar. Janice loves them dirty and stuff.
The north side of the Jezreel Valley, looking down towards the plains of Megiddo, down where Gideon and his men were. Very beautiful, very fertile valley, the Jezreel Valley here.
Oh, this, and you have the.
Where are we at?
This is so different.
Where that arrow is.
Here is where they tried to throw Jesus off the cliff and he walked away from them. Big precipice drop off here.
The way you sing it.
Okay, are we ready?
You two might have to stand apart. Oh, that'll catch.
I think it'll.
Short people.
Let you. What I'm singing, that the way go through you. The way you are going, let it come through you. Let the wind be your friend. And let the sun make you
warm.
Yeah, make you warm. And let the rain make the things to grow until we meet each other again. I will hope that God will hold you in hand. Lad din vej gå dig i møde, og lad vinden være din ven, og lad solen varme blidt din kind, og lad regnen vande mildt din jord, indtil vi ses igen, må Gud holde dig i sin hånd.
Now we're going to sing for her.
Yeah, what are we going to sing?
We could sing Till We Meet Again. How does it start?
Till we meet again. Till we meet.
God be with you till we meet again. By His counsels guide uphold you. With His wings securely fold you. God be with you till we meet again. Till we meet, till we meet, till we meet at Jesus' feet. Till we meet, till we meet. God be with you till we meet again.
And every day I say the pray for me. That's from the beginning.
Leaving the Vittridge guest house Monday morning, we set our faces towards Jerusalem. Elmer, do you have your face set towards Jerusalem?
Yes, I do. I'm ready to
You want to throw the other one on there?
It's how to get out of there.
Yes, we did that part. We got pretty tight that time. Sorry.
We walked up and down these steps a lot of times. How come?
I don't know.
Is that walking from the guest?
Recreations, authentic recreations of first century synagogue, first century olive press. We also have a sheepfold. You're also going to be seeing people dressed as villagers, and those villagers themselves, they also work around the land. So you can say they're actual farmers. You have, yes, they're farming, they're planting. You can see plants, you can see cabbages. All right, guys. You can see watermelons. Not.
Have a good day.
But also, there would be also goats next.
What is your wife's name?
Sarah.
And where did you grow up at?
Here in Nazareth.
This is a recreation of first century olive press. And so this is what they would do. They would carve this big, round, heavy stone, and they would attach it to two logs like this. And they would have a pit over here. So once they harvest the olives, they would scatter them here, all across this pit. And so all they need to do now is to attach a donkey to this log, to make the donkey go around. And when the donkey goes around, he spins the stone. Okay? All right. Do you guys, does the kids want to spin the stone?
You think you're stronger than a donkey?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I bet. Pretty heavy. Why don't you guys try it?
I'm going to record your strength so I know what's possible at home, right? Come on, Joshua.
Look at your hand in there.
Ah, it looks too easy.
Now let me try, Kate. Let me try by myself. Let's stop. Let me try myself.
More resistance.
Hello. What is your name?
Simon.
Simon. You have a middle name? No middle name.
Alright guys, this is a new house we're building, so right here.
Shalom, my name is Simon. Ever since I was a little kid, I had a dream. I wanted to grow up and become a potter. And here I am achieving that dream. I'm building myself a house and a shop with the help of my friends. And inside I plan on putting lots of shelves to show all my work and also to put vessels to dry. Behind you down the hill, if you can see, we built 2 pools which are going to be used to make the mixture of the clay. And after I get the clay, I bring it to the potter's wheel here. And this is where the magic happens. This is where I make different shapes. I reshape it how I want. And then after I'm done reshaping it, I leave it on the side for approximately 2 weeks to dry. And then it's time to bake it. So over there we built a kiln. It's like a big oven. And inside we put pottery and it looks big. And after it's baked, it's strong and ready to use.
Welcome to the carpenter's shop. Right here is our carpenter, Joseph. Hey, Joseph. All right. So you can see he's working on a scroll here using these recreation of the 1st century carpenting tools. So he was using actually a chisel, and there's a few chisels to carve into the wood. And you would also have an ADZ. It's used to chop the wood, and also can be used as a hammer for the back. And also you have a plane to plane the wood. Okay, some of you guys may already know these tools. They haven't changed much over the years. And also they would have 2 volcano stones. There would be a rough volcano stone used to sand the wood, and there would be a soft volcano stone used to sharpen tools. Alright? Now, guys, I have another question for you guys. Alright? Another $1 million question. You get another chance. And can anybody tell me, anyone tell me what this tool is? What is this?
Drill.
A drill, yes, exactly. Alright. Okay, we'll sign you the check after the tour. We'll give you the $1 million after the tour. Nice. So it's a drill used to make holes. Alright, and guys, I just want to point out that the word to describe Joseph's trade in the New Testament in Greek is tekton. And tekton in Greek means builder. So Joseph was not only a carpenter, he was a builder that dealt both with wood and stone. If you guys look behind you, you can see a few masonry tools used to carve into stone. Okay? The translation was lost over the years, and it just came down to just carpenter.
What is your wife's name, Joseph?
Please?
What is your wife's name?
Which one?
We will.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
And if they wanted to get this yellow kind of color, they would boil it with onion peels. And if they wanted to get this scarlet, purple, and blue. Okay, now these are not normal. Please don't fall in the hole. Okay. The colors. How do they get these colors? Does anybody have a clue?
Mix the fruit.
You could use fruit, but it wouldn't be as bright or like as good as these colors.
Oxide.
Spices.
No, sorry. All right, I'll tell you guys. So it's sea snails. It's the ink of the sea snail. Yes. And so they would need, and also it's just a little bit of an ink, so they needed many sea snails. All right, and that's why these colors would be expensive colors, worn only by rich people. Okay? So after they're done, she would thread. Now, yes, that's a lot of work, but Hannah here told us that she had 2,000 years of experience.
2000 and?
Oh, 2019, sorry, my bad. Now, but this does not make the line ready to get cut and to work with it because it tangles. Right? So what they do is they wrap it around the spindle, they let it rest for a week, and then they make balls like these, the ones that I just showed you guys in the basket. And they let it rest for another week, and then they start cutting the lines and they tie it to the beam, to the loom. She passes the shuttle between the lines.
Every other one.
One yes, one no. And she can take a couple with one hand, just like she's doing it. She just like gathers one yes, one no.
This is what we got for you from our tour, a little oil lamp. I'm going to come home and use it. Have to buy some olive oil.
Okay, Calvary Chapel and friends, listen up please. I'm going to explain to you the kind of meal we're about to serve you. We're going to serve you as close as possible to what is a biblical meal. Okay. Okay, what is a biblical meal? Okay, so we've got olives from our very own trees outside. The dark stuff is za'atar or hyssop dip. I showed my group the green plants. Maybe Mario showed this group. Okay, the green bushes. There are green gray bushes out there near the path, especially near the olive press. Okay, this is the main ingredient of this. The white stuff in there is roasted sesame seeds, and then it's an oil sauce. There's also a white sauce. This is yogurt, cow milk yogurt, with cracked wheat or bulgur inside. If you're at all sensitive to wheat, stay away from the white stuff. And the fourth same thing is hummus or chickpea dip. Is that Samuel over there? Young Samuel over there is making, thank you Sammy for doing the hard work in the hot weather. Okay, thanks. Thank you. He's making us fresh bread over a live fire. Later you can take photographs of Samuel working away, making fresh bread. There's napkins and cutlery in the basket, should you want to use them. If you use your hands, it'll be our little secret together. You know, you can go first century if you like, okay? Now, we're serving you lentil soup to the table. Remember Jacob and Esau and the selling of the birthright over a bowl of lentils, and so this is very biblical, okay? Also, there'll be cabbage salad, okay, in a vinaigrette, fresh cabbage salad, okay? For our American group here, for Calvary Chapel, there's going to be also a leg of chicken, okay? You're having a vegetarian meal, okay? There'll be a leg of chicken. Treat everything as an appetizer, so that you don't leave the chicken on the plate. I'd be really sad if you do. You can ask for refills of anything that you've received, okay, in terms of the veggie part. Okay, just ask our staff. Don't go up, but actually just, you know, indicate to somebody in costume to give you refills. But bear in mind that there's also dessert. Everybody, there's dessert. There'll be apple slices with date spread. Bon appetit. It's just a house cleaning item. Through the corner door and on the left there's a bathroom. Okay? Thank you for all your blessings. תודה לך על אנשים שעובדים ומגישים לנו. Thank you for the people who have prepared and are serving us. תברך אותם. Bless them, Lord. תודה לך, אדון, על הכל. Thank you, Lord, for everything. בשם ישוע המשיח, in the name of Yeshua, our Messiah. Amen.
About every
So our first director is Michael D. Hostetman. He's still alive. I believe he lives back in Canada, but I think he was from the States. He came, and Dr. Nachle Bishara, who was a doctor at the hospital up here, a seventh generation Nazarene, told Mike about his vision for building a village. And Michael was part of the initial team, and then he was director here for the first 7 or 9 years of the village, from 2000 to about 2007, something like this. And then he went on to other things, and I think he's retired now. He's a filmmaker, but he's Mennonite. Yeah? And also my boss, who up until about 3 years ago, there was a director of the village who was also Mennonite background. Sharon Swore. She married a Swore who are Virginian, who are Richmond, Virginia Mennonites. So we have a cool connection here with the Mennonite.
Does the Nazareth Trust or the hospital have a connection with Lancaster, Pennsylvania? There's
not specifically with Lancaster, but for all I know, donations from Mennonite folk as well. We got donations from all over the States and also from other parts of the world.
What's your name?
Sam.
Sam.
Yes.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you too.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming.
Challenge these guys, these young guys, we're going to challenge them in the Word.
Cool.
Follow Jesus.
With fun, with grace.
Thank you so much.
Take care, folks. Right this way, down, left, and right.
We will pray for strength. Bet Shan National Park.
The Greek
18 cities layered on top of one another, and there's the old top.
Yeah.
That was all done to me.
This was a heated bathhouse floor. Had heat underneath the flooring. This looks like a 1st century Roman jacuzzi.
The Jezreel Valley is up through there or this way?
This looks like a...
This whole city would have went
Right, the whole way up to here.
all around, right up to where the...
I thought you meant show, and I'm like, no, I meant show. What's this setting? Oh, what is this supposed to be? We'll have to do that. Yeah, so
This is where Saul and his sons were hung on the wall.
The king's 3 sons died in battle.
dome, that's the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. That's where they're saying Golgotha would have been.
Which one? The big gray
The big gray dome. Kind of like a 3 o'clock.
I know it was up there.
Yeah.
Golgotha.
To
That
the
was outside the city wall at the time.
and then the Golden Dome, and then
Just checking into Abraham's hostel. A little bit nicer than I was expecting. Bathroom one side, shower on the other, sink for each person. And very beautiful room. Oh, 3 sinks. Okay. 3 sinks. A view of the street and some of the city.
What do you want? That's it?
You want the burger pop down?
So if everybody could just stop and wait here for a second, I have to find out which guide is for the free tour and which guide is for the paid tour.
Old City, Jerusalem. These boys are putting up election signs. It is Tuesday, election day, and the signs face the expressway.
How are you? Good? 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 My name is David, okay, first of all. This is my badge. I'm a tour guide, like my colleagues here. And I'm Israeli. I was actually born here in Jerusalem. And so I'm local, native. I've been guiding as a tour guide for the past 5 years. And I guide in of course, my mother tongue is Hebrew. I guide in English, Italian, and French. And most of the time I spend in the holy city of Jerusalem. Why? 90% of the tourists coming to Israel, especially if that's their first time, come over here. So a great deal of people come and pass in Jerusalem. It's very natural.
Okay, everybody. First of all, I want you to appreciate how big and vast this place is. It's you can make the calculation.
Al-Aqsa Mosque in front of the
Call people for the prayer or to carry certain ceremonies for the Muslim, of course. So if I could carry this with me.
a Christian cut rock from the Byzantines used in the Dome of Rock building.
Another small town.
Oh wow, well I know.
This level is Herod's time.
Watch his car coming.
Yep.
Alright, back in.
RET. Does everyone see Fred up here? Yeah. So who was Fred?
My next door neighbor.
Your next door neighbor. Fred is short for Fretensis, the 10th Roman Legion. These were the same guys that destroyed the temple. And we would make an Adash B'Shnat Shenim, Fretensis. That's Shem Shel HaChayalim HaRomaim. Okay. So these guys destroyed the temple, and then, I don't know, maybe some of them went back to Rome, maybe some of them died. No one...
This is the western wall, underground of where the prayer area is.
This is the end. Herod built the wall. So the arches of different periods.
3 levels underneath the western wall.
Guys, you.
See Elmer and Steve.
Hey.
Hey, soft ice cream in Israel, the best.
Okay, we're gonna take a hike.
He doesn't seem to be
Oh, there's 2 little ones up there in the tree right there. One on the ground, or a couple of them on the ground up there.
Isn't that neat?
It's a good time to Look, look.
This square was the military camp of the Romans, or their siege camp, and that was the road that they used to supply themselves. That the Romans made for their battering ram leads right over to their camp.
No black lines here. This is all was standing.
They were used to raise doves. Each dove, small bird, there's niches. So there's one here.
And we have a new phenomenon. People that try to
they were slaves. They were probably happy with it.
Why?
Yeah. Why not? Where?
Not ocean of fruit.
To Masada.
Sí, porque está de más cerca de acá. Yo le puedo traer una tráfico sería a ver, impecable 22, impecable.
These are the this big. I'm not.
One more?
That's it.
No, looks like a few more
now we have some
outside.
out here.
Sorry. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Did you want a picture
So
here?
is this how they did it?
Yep.
You would think they would have been able to tell what they were.
Your opinion a little bit.
Oh, just do my phone.
We're going for a walk. That's what they call it dawn. That's basically little.
Would you if you go over there on the other side of the dam, well then you can get the...
Decisions he did and what he did in life. You know, how he did language did
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Sorry, Melissa, I'm going to go back a little bit. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheese. That's a nice family.
Everybody say, what is that kind of peanut butter? Bamba.
Get it that way.
Herod has a swimming pool down there. Yeah. Imagine what kind of person he is, what kind of lifestyle he enjoys. So he has his swimming pool, he had bathhouses down and bathhouse up, so it requires lots of water. Where he got the water? Well, in Roman times, you know, people are very smart, they build aqueducts. So also there was aqueduct from the Solomon's pools. There are springs close to Bethlehem, we will see Solomon's pools. So from there, he brought water into the desert. Over there, like, yeah.
So you could actually see the Mount of Olives?
Yes, yeah, you can see from here, yeah. So Herod's idea was to build a place, why he needed to move the mountain, to see. And he was kind of a madman. He was really crazy to lose his power. So all the buildings what he built, it's in the places where basically nobody can reach. and for him the places where he could oversee, you know, he could be in control. So he wanted to see Jerusalem, so that's why, you know, they raised the mountain. He wanted to see Dead Sea in Judean Desert. There is nice view from there, we will go see. So that's why we built it this high. Here, over here we can see places, you know, for security. So we can still, you know, see the original walls, which is amazing, and they are still working now to clean the dirt in between those two walls. So there will be probably more things be discovered while they do this excavational work. Yeah, and he had, we believe, those were his apartments, this bigger tower. There is the 3 smaller towers where the servants' houses would be. This is a settlement. You see, it's very organized. It's new houses. That's it's for Jewish people. Yeah, in the West Bank, that's Area C. Palestinians are not allowed to go there. That's settlement Petra, where the Prophet Amos comes from. Yeah, this area. And in between, there is Israeli roads, Area B. So A, B, and C. You can see it in one place. Over there, that's Haritun Valley. There was in Byzantine time famous one of the most famous monks. His name is Haritun. He was a hermit living in a cave, and later on this established monastery. So there are caves. He lived there, and they believe they found in one of the caves, when the archaeologists went to discover this area, this is kind of the center of Judea. Smart place for a king to be, and build his palace, his favorite palace. Earthquakes happening in the land, and this is intact, you know, it was filled up with debris, so that kind of saved the dome. One of the ancient domes from the Roman times. We maybe probably have heard about Pantheon in Rome, so this is even older, you know, it's really ancient and very, very unique cupola which we have.
I am surprised that she It actually is fun though, because it's sort of nice and cool. Yep, good. I'm going to have so many pictures of tunnels out and I won't know what's what.
Yes, this is original plaster from the Roman times. It was all the water cisterns were plastered as to preserve the water better. And actually this is like the main thing why Herod could build those magnificent palaces. He learned the technique of cement in Rome, you know, how to make a very strong mix that we even see 2,000 years later. That's amazing. So that's why he could do all these building projects because of cement, but of course also learning engineer techniques. So this was a water cistern. There were some other things added during the times of rebels. Yeah, they would use these water cisterns as rooms where to live, where to hide. So there are, yes, some things from Herod's time, the water cistern, but things added from the times of rebels.
I might think about it for a couple weeks after I come home, when I turn my faucet on.
Yeah, and always have water there, and you don't have to go to the well to get it, right?
Have water, and yeah, King Herod, he have these bathhouses and everything, so he needs lots of water. And also during the revolt times, this place also was, this was more as a room, and here they would store the water. This was kind of headquarters where they would gather.
They would roll these stones at the enemy from the...
Caught on the edge that. Yeah.
They would just block the whole stairs.
You did the same thing I did. Yeah. I'm making it go around the tripod.
He was looking, and eventually he found, and a few weeks after he fall on the stones in this Roman theater. It's historically happened at scale. If you give me one phone and make for all of us.
Singing, singing.
it's under Franciscan, and well, they really they have to decide how much they preserve. But anyways, it's good that we still can see this natural cave, and I really like this place because this kind of going on. People are counted, yeah, in Bethlehem and all the areas, yeah. So David grew up and lived eventually, so they are all the people. Well, architecture, how we also understand, could be that this is the upper place, okay, of the house. Yeah, this is truly first century house. It's always people, yeah, all the relatives are came, they sleep, they have place here, and then comes Joseph, yeah, comes Mary, and they don't have place here. Mary is very pregnant, yeah, she's going into labor. Well, listen, guys, we don't have place here, but you could go up there, where usually animals would live. Yeah, in the lower level, that's the place assigned for animals. Again, people and animals in first century, they live together. That's a normal thing because they have to protect. That's the kind of ideas how Jesus was. There's a tunnel to the next house. Would you like to go through? Okay, just there's one point that you really have.
We're not coming back this way.
Really. So here's the point you have to be very careful, you go down, and then you just and that's
This back is all white. Whatever you got against.
No, is it?
One spot. Looks in your flashlight. Very cool. Should I shine back? I'm not sure if we can give ourselves bounds so hard.
Two more.
Yeah, they're coming.
Two more.
Kanaya officially came on.
Caveman, yeah.
The woman came in.
Well, you can't get a picture.
Our last group in the spring, they bought one of these metal ones.
Oh, okay.
To take them to their mother.
Uh-huh.
His old brothers and sisters.
Okay.
And they wanted to give their parents.
They're using?
They were going to benefit because their mom was going to.
How they work, what they do, and then we will see after the show time. Yeah. Yeah.
3 or 5 years we will, for dry to be very good for the work. Then we cut it for this machine. This machine we cut it. We choose the model and we make it here. We make it the pieces what we want to do. Then we cut it like this, because here we can put the stamp. What do you want to? What we want to do? We here look here. Here we have about 1,000 models. Yeah, like this.
Oh, costume. Yes.
We move it like this. Yeah, with the stamp. And if you want to go inside, we have like the hole. We make the hole for make inside. And when we finish like this, we come here.
Got a little.
Sure. Location. We were down in Betzahur. Yeah, that's the flat area. Over there, Jerusalem. And this is the ancient hilltop of Bethlehem. Over there, the Nativity Church will go up. So up there on that hill, the ancient village of Bethlehem. Nowadays, of course, it's all built up. We have Manger Square Hotel. But kind of you can picture the distance, what for the shepherds it took to come up to see the newborn king. And yeah, probably this is also, of course, the area King David was living, shepherding his sheep. Samuel came, anointed him. Yeah, this is the area, the same scene, the same mountains they were looking at.
This is the gate of humility.
Pilgrimage. It's a truly pilgrimage. What else we see on the columns are different pictures. Those are different saints.
I agree. I agree. Right away, you just grab them, or is this like something I can't be doing?
The upper one, and then it's just goes down between each pool about 6 meters. So each they're different size, but the length is more than 100 meters, so really huge. And deep also there's difference. It could be from 8 to 16 meters deep. And altogether, all these 3 pools can contain 75 million US gallons. So it's really a lot of water that it can hold. There was one spring here and the water coming in from the corner. Some water gathered from the rainwater. But I want to try to reach the hill where you will see the original aqueducts bringing from the nearby springs the water into the pools. Water channels, aqueducts leading from the spring, from the valleys, even to from Hebron area, leading all the water down into the pool. So if you would, trace the channel, you could reach the spring, but it's a long way off there. But it's amazing that you can see it's not plastered, very old. They made it.
Water channel going into Solomon's pools, but they don't take care of them.
You can really see the structure of it. You can see the stairs and the channels. So there's good view of the working here. Okay then.
That's nice. Difference. A little bit of shade, a little bit of grass and water makes a difference in a dusty road.
Yes.
Rather than standing 3 hours in
line at the church.
Yeah.
It's really funny. So they bring really lots of product.
Get in.
Slowly.
Especially.
Second the place, yeah. It's
on the head.
Yeah.
Do I have to put my sleeves in?
Yeah.
There's no sleeves.
It's just like, you cover.
Oh, which?
So this is additional construction built close to the original, which Herod built. To have more place of prayer. Many people live in Hebron, so they need a big space, when they come to prayer. There you can see they show different times times of prayers. That's mihrab, showing direction Mecca, yeah, because they have to pray towards Mecca. So every mosque, you will see this niche. What is really cute here is this ornated cupola. It's very Islamic art. Yeah, these ornaments over there. Yeah, we know that in Islam you can't portray a person. Plants, different kind of geometrical shapes. Yeah, so that's the only what they can do in their art. But it's still beautiful, and one of the most beautiful mosques. Come closer. This is one of the biggest halls we have. It's called the Isaac's Hall. Yeah, Isaac and Rebecca. Yeah, buried their cenotaphs. Remember, everything is underneath in the caves. Yeah, through the long tunnel into the chambers, the chamber caves. This is that time, the Bronze Age. This is how people are buried. So it's underneath in the caves. This was made as to receive pilgrims and as a memorial place. Picture if you want to take a good here's a special link. This sometimes some mystics say into the men's side, see how they pray. We will go in this side. Right. We again will go meet here.
Russian Orthodox Church at the Plains of Mamre, where Abraham met God outside of his tent. It's a Russian Orthodox Church that takes care of this site. Have some monks living here. Why aren't you eating it?
Remember when it's actually headwind by world,
Is there rooms in Bethlehem?
So there are classrooms, yeah? So
It's the Turkish bath.
and one room will be up Okay, let's go. Be home, right?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, please help me. Again, let's go. It's so hot.
Oh, there you go. Tinakay siya ng dalawang lalaki. God-bless you, sabi niya.
That's what I want.
Charcoal.
This here. Get a picture.
Bye, Tremina. Little Bedouin center or store.
Look at Hey, shortstop. What are you chewing on? I ain't even know what chewing on.
Chewing the fat. Are you chewing the fat? Do they spit? I forgot.
No.
That's llamas.
اكتشف في هواك واكتشف على البحر بس والله مش عارف عاوزنا احاول يعني هذه اسهل شيء صار واطيه بس واطيه حرام الله يعطيك العافيه الله يسهل عليك
Okay.
One more.
Yeah, if you have any questions about the travel and so on, you just hold strong on it. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, wow.
Now just sit forward.
Relax. Yeah, you have to relax on the camel.
Yeah, you.
Great.
Okay. Now with the zahtar line. Okay.
Hurry there.
See you guys, we're headed out across the desert. We'll be back in an hour.
Okay.
حكيت لهم اني انا جبته في السيارة لهون.
He brought a camel in the car over there. Yeah, so he needed Yeah, no, that's not. It's decoration. So yeah, this is usually how they decorate the camel. Yeah. Not here.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Go back, Jerry. Okay, that's it.
Wow, riding my horse.
Hi. Good morning.
Hey.
Hey there, this is fun. Well, I think it is. Here's Alan getting ready for his camel ride. Wow, it's almost like climbing on top of a horse. Yuppers. There you go. Hold on. Ooh.
I don't feel bad.
Here comes Alan on the camel. Alan's looking for his wife in the desert.
Get up, get up, get up.
There we go.
Okay.
You did
You got
it.
the twist?
Yes. That's high.
I know, you can see
That was your
very
first
nicely.
camel ride?
No, I have
Oh.
before.
That has the good direction.
Yes, right here. Come on, right here. Let's go run. Over there. That's Kibbutz Kalia Beach, and we are walking over there to Almog. That's Kibbutz Almog.
Right here.
Yeah, right there down. We will walk.
The camel is idling his engine.
Woohoo! Yeah, the new year I will be there. Yeah, now the season starts and it's like for us, summer.
All right, Donna, way to go. No, I think he was checking to see if there's good places. I don't know. Does he want to
have a
eat
lunch.
over here?
Yeah.
So he said stay on this brim.
He knows.
Yeah. There were signs back there about staying away from the cliff.
Well, this is a wadi too.
You guys can go through your pictures and then just send them to the file and everybody can pull off the passport like your phone contact.
Now look who's sitting on the wrong side.
Yes. Yeah,
Other times we would see them from
He put the wood on the side so the wind blows it over again.
Yeah, the chair.
That's like 2,000 years of settlement.
You said I could kick him, Alan. I don't want to kick him. Come on, buddy boy.
Hey. Nice doesn't work when you're talking to camels.
Wave to him.
This is the Jordan River where the children of Israel supposedly crossed into the Promised Land. That church is in Jordan, across the Jordan River. There's armed guards here because the Jordan River is the boundary between Jordan and Israel. Out there in the plain is Jericho. And here is the Mount of Temptation monastery that we're going to hike up to in just a bit here. Cable car off to the right. The monks lived in these caves years ago. Sometimes a monk would be in a cave for over a year without coming out. Up in the mountain above Jericho.
I don't know, this seems like the most unsafe thing I've done since we've been in Israel.
It's unsafe.
Look at rocks, he's barely hanging up there.
قبل يمشي 3 ساعة في صخرة.
وين؟
وادي اوغ هناك. بين الكيبوتز الموج هناك.
3 ساعات مشي. هذاك لسه أحمر من هون. You're probably about ready to hang up the guiding thing.
Aren't you allowed to?
I don't think so.
Why not?
All the bunks.
Oh, they're the 6 people go inside.
Yeah.
Got a really cool pet.
Do you mind heights, Elmer?
Step out here and take a picture with your feet hanging out over there. That's pretty cool picture.
That's the bell. Not all names have a Dutch name. I'm fine.
It will be the shawarma and the plate the salad.
Oh, you want to get on the solid side here.
So
I can't get out.
that's good, you know.
It's in the backpack.
Steve, you know what's funny here is? If this breaks off right when you're in the middle of a spoonful, you're probably going to spill your spoon.
I think one of those belongs.
Yes.
But it doesn't matter.
No,
We'll pass them back and forth. And does one of those go down to it? No,
they have
Them three are different.
No, we have one of those. Okay, there's 3 different combos.
Push them on. No.
That thing's only got, that has the top in it.
Damascus Gate.
for about 2 months. I'm a volunteer. I come from Singapore by the 2012.
You gonna eat that with ketchup or mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise. Why? You have a problem with mayonnaise on beef? That's good stuff.
Steve quit eating ketchup.
Dave wants to share
I'd like to bring him a drink sometime.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us what you think of that.
Well, yes.
What is it?
What's served in Jerusalem stays in Jerusalem.
But what is it?
That's the only way to go. We're like in a maze. We're all here now.
We are all.
Look at the bullet holes. See all the bullet holes?
Yep.
You what?
On top of the wall of the old city.
People are buying jumps in the Muslim corner because the Muslims don't have money to buy them.
Dome of the Rock above the Damascus Gate on top of the old city wall. This is the Don Gate.
If you want to drive it out, you can do it. We're not.
We're on the road from the Pool of Siloam up to the Temple Mount.
The Psalms of Ascent. We're ascending. We're looking for the Ark of the Covenant.
If you stand out in this driveway, you could get a picture of the truck.
How did Natilla do that?
Natilla behind.